Ads running soon.
Yeah, sorry about the delay. 8 minutes in. Just making a coffee. Running a new ads tool that I made yesterday today, so we'll see how that goes. Quickly make some adjustments. All right, cool. Let's see if this works then. All right, get rid of that. Back to engine work today. What were we working on? I haven't worked on it for a few days, since last week actually. Let's get it built anyway. We were working on trigger stuff, specifically placing them and removing them from the game editor, from the level editor. Let's get it built anyway. So we could add them. Now we want to actually be able to remove them. Okay. Test. Check the mic is working. Yeah. Okay. I've added a few more audio sources and I want now to reorder them in the actual mixer on Streamlabs. Let's have a quick look. Streamlabs reorder mixer. Rename them numerically, alphabetic, and then restart Streamlabs. Oh, I'm not going to do that. Okay, so let's run this. So to add one in, we just click on the lightning bolt and I'll press tab so it goes to this brush mode and then just drag it like that. What I want to do is if I click shift and drag, it deletes them. I think that's probably the best thing to do. So what we'll do is in preview, when we're previewing, where would it be? Previewing trigger stamps. We're doing this. We're drawing it blue. I want to say auto window. Canvas. Get input window. And we're going to say if window dot key down e key shift else. We'll just draw it red. Like that. So if I hold shift down, it'll just turn red in theory. And then oops. So if I hold shift down, it goes to red. So I press it, and if I hold shift down and then I press it again, I want to remove it. So we say add point to instance. We probably want remove point from instance. As well. Which can actually delete the point. And if the points end up being 0 points, it has to delete the instance as well. So this is going to be called remove point from instance, which goes through the same rigmarole. So I think I'll just so that is, if we don't find one, just return result. If we do find one, we want to do value remove, and then we want to say if data points get count points even equals 0. We actually want to remove the instances dot remove index. Like that, and then return result. Otherwise, we just do that. So that means we're finding out based on the position we pass in which instance we want, and then we're removing the 0 from it because all points are relative to the the bottom left corner of the instance itself. So 0 is the first point. We remove it. So if there aren't any points, so we'll remove it. If there aren't any points, we actually remove the index instance itself. So now we need to just plug that in. So we're going to go auto window equals canvas get input window with window key down E key shift. That's result equals remove point from instance. So I'm going to add one and then I'm going to remove one. So add it, and then I press shift, it goes red, and I remove it. It calls remove point from instance. Need to find the instance, which we do. It's got 1 point in it, 0, 0. So actually remove it, so now there's 10 instances left. So that okay, so unfortunately the mouse button got stuck down there. So add it in, remove it. Need to turn the breakpoint off. I need to actually have something in the code that stops the mouse getting stuck down. Game engine, yeah, that's it, yeah. Chandu 16, how's it going? Memory allocation. Do you use thread pools? So memory allocation, quite complicated. So there's two main allocators. There's the heap and there's the temporary arena, I suppose. And you can get memory from both of those things. You don't get them directly really though. So say if you want a string, right? So that comes off the heap, then a T string comes off the temporary arena. So this one's very fast to allocate. I mean, they're both pretty fast. This one won't suffer from memory fragmentation or anything. Are you using arena-based memory? Yeah, sometimes. So there's a bunch of things you can do. So this uses an arena-based one. This uses a normal heap. How do you stop fragmentation? So this won't have any fragmentation because it uses an arena. So what it does is it just pushes onto an arena, and then at the end of the frame it's reset to 0 again, like that. So there's no fragmentation at all. This one, to avoid fragmentation, the string itself has a little buffer in it which you can set. So string actually comes off something called string base, and string base you can have, this has got this n, and that's the size of the buffer. So what you could do, so this is, I think this is set to 16 bytes, so 16 characters would be allocated on the stack, so it wouldn't be a dynamic allocation at all. But you can make it an n string and put like 256 if you want, and that would mean that there would be 256. So you can control dynamic allocation like that if you want. Otherwise, if you're just using the default heap, it's gonna fragment over time for sure. So you have to make sure, pay attention to it. I have like a debug output. Concurrency. So I have a thread. It's kind of a thread pool. I have a job system. So let's try and find something that uses it. Let's see, run job. Okay. So you make things called job queues, and there's one actually. There's actually a default one that you can just use, which is just a free function called run job. And then this, what's inside the lambda there, is executed on a different thread. And then if you want to sync all the threads together, you call flush jobs. But you can make different queues for different things if you want. So this will do like A* search on a background job. Do you know what I mean? Queues and jobs. Yeah, queues and jobs. That's right. I've heard about the actor model. No, I've not heard about the actor model. No, what is that? All right. I need to find out. There is a point when the window navigates, so the mouse is getting stuck on when I have breakpoints. I used to be able to sort that out, but I think I turned it off, but I've forgotten where to turn it back on again. So if I press shift and I do that, oh, shift, there we go, and I press it, it goes away. And I can undo and redo it. So what I need to do is make that work. That works for there. I need to make it work for the middle of the trigger. Concurrent could be another strategy. Do you do graphics programming in your day job? No, not in my day job. I do a little bit of programming in my day job. I actually, many years ago, was a graphics programmer as my day job, but it's a hobby for me, I think. It just taught me that I enjoy doing it as a hobby and not under the pressures of a work environment. For graphics, at my job, anything I want really. I just have a thing that I need to do. I'll get a thing that I need to do and then I can just do it. Nobody's really fussed about. So I've written websites. Websites I've done in a bunch of stuff. PHP and for the server side stuff I did some .NET stuff, some ASP.NET stuff, and then for system stuff I've done C#, C++, C, stuff like that. But it's not my main job. I just do it when it needs doing. I have my own company, you see, so I write software for that when it needs it. But yeah, graphics programming wise, on this engine it's HLSL for the shaders anyway, and then DirectX 12 for the API stuff. Am I Canadian? No, I'm from the UK, from the northeast of England. Do they let us have a company and a full-time job as a programmer? You can do if you want. It depends. If you're working for somebody else, sometimes they have funny rules, don't they, about earning income outside of a job. But I don't work for anybody else, so it's just me. I have to work 2 jobs at my company at the same time. Yeah. Save for retirement. Yeah. Yeah, it's difficult, isn't it? Where are you from? India. Yeah. So it might be a bit different in India. I'm not sure. I think if you're in England, if you were to work for another company writing software, they probably wouldn't let you write software outside of that company, probably. Are you trying to move to Canada? I see, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I have some family in Canada, actually. Yeah. Yeah, the UK is nice. I think they're making it much harder to get in, unfortunately. All right. So what we need to do is draw. So we're just actually finding the instance from the instance position. That's probably why it's not working. No, that should work. That should work. Let's try again. The instance position doesn't change if we just delete that point. Okay, so we have a point. No. So it doesn't, but so we need to say the instance has, so the trigger has points. So what we need to do, we need to go auto test p equals p floor minus instance position. And go through each point and test that. Oh. So for auto p in instance points, well, it would be if instance, why is it not letting me write the word instance? That must be position dot location, I think it is actually. If instance dot, it's if trigger points find first, and the test is arg position, or what is it, instance, that is instance position for sure. This is arg dot location is equal to test p. And this has to be flawed as well. See what's Visual Studio's really not happy with something here. That seemed to work. IntelliSensor's just really not working. Making me like, convincing me that I want to type different stuff. So index is equal to I break. That means we can't have overlapping triggers. Well, it'll just basically pick the first one that's overlapping. Yeah, I've got getting this weird output. Element not found. I don't know where this is coming from. I have to actually investigate that. So we'll draw it and I'll press shift. So what I want to do is actually be able to find the trigger we're on top of. There we go. It was fine. Did find it. So now we're saying value remove vec2. So what we want is we want vec2 point to remove and it needs to be point to remove is test p. This is just point to remove is just vec2. What we might do is make this optional. Just in case, like, it doesn't really need to be yet, but it makes a bit more sense, I think. So we're going to say, if not point to remove, return result. Else just remove the point to remove.
Ads running soon.
All right, I've got some ads coming up in 5 seconds. So see you at the other side. Don't go away. Okay. Test that out. So it should. All right. Cool. So, what we have now is a situation where we can just remove trigger points from the middle of triggers, which is quite nice. So now I can hold shift and just click out points. What I want to be able to do is if I hold shift and drag, I want to be able to remove all of the points in the drag space. So in the drag rect. So this is where we're brushing. So I've called it brushing. So when you do this and you drag, it's called brushing. So we've got to brush. So this is basically we need to do this. We need to say auto window equals canvas get input window. If window key down, E key shift. I'm just going to cache that we're actually deleting. So auto deleting points. And then I'm going to say so what is this? This is an opt-ref content brush instance. So say if deleting points, else. If we're deleting points, if we're not deleting points, we're adding them. Else, remove point from instance. Here this is so this actually this is F point point, and we're going to go if deleting points, data points, value remove f point, and then at the end we just have to say if instance or if data points get count 0, then we need to delete the instance. So that is content brush instances value remove instance. Believe. Hi Fu Manchu, how's it going? Hope you're alright today. Good morning. I got my cool ad thing working now. Spent a day to do that yesterday, so I can get a little warning when adverts are coming on the stream, and now I can go make a cup of coffee or something when they're happening. So there's less downtime. Wife is back. Nice one. Gets a bit of alone. It's weird, isn't it? Your wife comes back and you get a bit of alone time because she'll take the kids to do something. That's good. You working on anything exciting today? All right. Right, so in theory, if this is working, we can so we can delete something out the middle. Do this, which deletes them all, so it doesn't work. Boring stuff. Ah dear. Linux linker problems. Oh no, not linker problems. Ah dear. Well, good luck with that. They're the worst kind of problems, aren't they? Linker problems. Worst kind of coding problems. Apart from tiny little memory corruptions, I suppose. So that didn't work. So it shouldn't have deleted. So there's still points there. So that must be to do with rendering them. Render triggers. So there aren't any triggers. It did delete it. Deleted the trigger because there's meant to be 10. So doing that deleted the trigger. Weirdly. Didn't delete the trigger. Didn't delete the trigger there though. Might have done here. There's two places where they can get removed, there and there. There we go. Points is 0 apparently. So that only happened when we dragged it. So it happened here, look. Content, brush instances, trigger content data, points is 0. Okay. So now, when we're actually drawing this, how many points are in there? 80. $80 seems quite a lot. So 10 by 8, it's not that much really. So there's 80. Yeah, I can believe there's 80 there. So now, for some reason, so when we start dragging, so I press shift and then we'll start dragging, it'll come to here. It's deleting all of the points. Point to remove. Oh, it's emptying them, look, it's emptying them. So this is if not deleting points. Try that again. What it does is if we're adding points in, it just empties them and then adds all the points back in that rectangle. If we're creating them, like for here. Nope. Let's get rid of the breakpoints if there are any. So when I draw a rectangle, it just adds all the points in under that rectangle. Like that. Then when I shift, there we go. So it does work from the top corner. It doesn't work from inside. So if I do it from the top corner, it works. Just deletes the 1. That's probably to do with finding... Oh, we're doing start P. Start P is correct. Let's just drag start. So that's not... It's basically... Oh, it needs to be F point minus... yeah, so we actually want to... It needs to be minus the instance. So it's F point. So it's F point minus instance position. Oh, no. Okay, let's just debug this. So let's draw it. Maybe it's to do with finding it actually. So let's put a little breakpoint there. So press shift and then pull. It probably cannot find the instance we're talking about. No. I wonder why that is. That's weird. (16.0). Oh, because it's we're subtracting the instance position. That's fine. No, that should be fine. No, I can't find it. Try again. So if we do this and then drag, Test P is 4 minus 4. P floor minus instance position. So the instance is at 5. It's 4 minus 4. Oh, because we've already deleted it. We deleted it when we put the mouse button down. Ooh. So what I think the way to fix that is, so when we stamped the mouse button down there, it deleted it with the code we just wrote. And then when we dragged it, it's tried to look it up based on the thing that it just deleted. So I think we do want to add it back. We do want to do this type of thing. We just want to add it back in again so it can find it. And then it'll come along and it'll just remove them. Okay, so add it in. That didn't work. It's probably because it's adding it, so it deletes it, and then when I move it, it adds it back in. It still can't find it actually. Yeah, so we have to add it back in because we don't know what instance it is based on where we've stamped it. Yeah. So we add it back in. Okay. Add it back in, and then we'll remove. We should immediately remove it back out again. We should add it back in. I know there's that's wrong because there's no actual, it'll add a new instance there. The only way I can really think about how to do this is to actually cache what content we're working on, rather than refinding it. So it'd be like, what happens is it comes, and when you stamp the left mouse button, it starts working on some content, which is the result. And then when you release the left mouse button, you stop working on that content. Because what I'm doing is that's kind of a tenuous link to just connect it to the mouse button like that. What I was doing was, in the other one here where I'm actually dragging it, I'm refinding the content. But I've actually, if the shift has gone down, I've actually just deleted the point that I'm using to find it again. So I think we're going to have to do that somehow. So it would be like left mouse button down. This returns some new content that we're working on to here. This is this result. Need to turn on that JMC. So it could be here. Let's just turn on that JMC. Please let this work. It should already have been turned on. So auto current content is that. So what we could do, so where are we now? In game board editor. I could pass current content into there on paint content. No. We'll save it. So this would be like content brush instance. So we save the ID. So it would be U64 current content ID. Like that. So I'm just going to say if current content ID is equal, well, we'll say current content ID is the current content current content ID, otherwise it's 0. We actually want to do this kind of just before we want to set the current content ID to be 0. Like, all right, got some ads running. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. See you later. I'm going to check. I'm just going to swap the scene. Just check it still works. Yeah. I just wanted to, because I'm going to use these ad breaks to make coffee. I'm going to check when I swap to the coffee scene. Our little widget still works. Okay, so what we can do now we're setting the current content ID. On Content Painter, edit content, was it? Content editor for triggers. Right, okay. So we can get the current content back out again. So we don't need to do this. Anymore to find the content, the instance. So this is content. Get brush instances, find first. And the test is arg ID is equal to game board editor current content ID. That would just find the instance. So I might actually name this something else. Working content ID. It's the thing we're working on. And I'm going to get rid of that. And that will just find it now, hopefully. So let's try that. So if we do that, no, that's broken that. Yeah, we only want to else if window left mouse button up. Yeah, I have to actually set the working content ID to be 0 when the left mouse button is up. So that means that when the mouse button is down and we're dragging, we have a working content ID. If we can retrieve, it still doesn't work though. Okay, let's see why. So working content ID is 0, which is not correct. So this is meant to return the result and that JMC is not working. some reason. Stop just stopped working. Current content. Okay, so working content ID doesn't actually have any IntelliSense at all. Where is it? It's in game board editor. This working content ID. So it did set it. So break when the value changes. Okay. So let's do some log line. Set working content ID. Clear. So it sets it once. Hey, Howling Fantod, Howling Fantods. How's it going? Lesbian Monad. What an awesome name. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Just working a little bit on level editor today. Hey, LaLucio too. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Yeah, working a little bit on the level editor. Invosse, hey, how's it going? So what I'm doing today is I've got these drawing triggers in, so you can place these triggers around the world like this. And triggers basically just character walks into it, can do something, or an NPC stands in it for 5 seconds or whatever. You can fire an event. So I'm just deleting them at the moment. So you can delete it by, if you go back to the brush and then you press shift, and you can just delete them like this. What you can also do, which is not actually working right now, is you can click and drag and draw a big trigger out. So I'm working on deleting it from the middle of the trigger. Cheers, thank you. So yeah, this is a .prefab file in the engine. So what .prefab files do is they turn into brushes. So this is that as a brush. So if I go in another prefab file, and you can select it as a brush, you see, and then just like paint them in. And then because this is a .prefab file, it saves it as another brush, and you can just save prefabs inside of prefabs if you want. So we worked on all that, and now I'm adding triggers into the prefabs, you see. So like if I put in a trigger, so this is the base prefab like that, and then I save it, you can see that it appears all over in these other ones as well. And then what you can do is like make that prefab independent, which means break it into its independent parts, and then just move it like this. And then you can save it as a new prefab, which will make another brush, or you can just revert it back to its original prefab like that. So yeah, working on the level edit, I'm just about to start making the game. I've done pre-production on the game, pretty much, nearly. So there's a lot of gameplay systems. It's going to be a sci-fi gardening game, where you're like on a big spaceship and you just tend the gardens on the spaceship and plant trees and stuff. It's a game engine ECS based. Yeah, kind of, yeah. It's not strictly ECS, but there's a bit of that in there. So you can like create IDs and then share IDs across different systems in the engine. So, you know, if I wanted to give a tree an inventory item bag so it could have items, I just get the tree ID and make an inventory item bag out of that ID, and then the tree would have items. So it's kind of, yeah. It's not kind of strict, as in like everything's an entity in a component, but there's parts of it that are like that. Yeah, man. Sounds cool, eh? So, what was I working on? Oh yeah, I'm going to, so right now what's broken, it's not broken, I'm just trying to do it a different way, is the dragging. So if I want to make a prefab, I can drag like this. I've got the left mouse button down now, and I'm trying to propagate like which prefab I'm, not prefab, sorry, which trigger I'm working on. Sounds familiar to GUIDs, D3D. Yeah, it's just like so like inventory item bag or inventory item controller. So if we go to gameplay controllers, these are all the different controllers. So these are kind of like components, kind of. So if you want to make something an NPC, you create an NPC controller with the ID of, you know, if you want to make the tree an NPC or whatever, the tree will have an ID, a unique ID. So you create an NPC controller with that, with the unique ID. So this is all gameplay stuff I haven't looked at in a while to remember how it works. If you go to entity state types, so this is like building up the hero. So we create a movement controller, we say is human, and that gets his movement controller, animation controller, attribute controller, so you can give them HP and stuff, resource controller, so you can give them resources. Then they take an instance, which is an NPC instance, which is really just a U64, so it's just an ID really. I did finish it. It's been working today actually. It's on now, so in 14 minutes an ad's gonna show. And 10 seconds before it shows, I get a little wheel in the top left corner of the screen saying it counts down from 10, saying ads running soon or some ads coming soon. And then in my earphones, I get a notification. If I've set it up properly, I should only hear it, not the stream, and it's just like some speech that just goes like, "Ads starting soon. So if I'm coding, I might not see the little wheel that's going to start, but I'll get a notification, and then I'll be able to say, oh yeah, don't go anywhere, I'm going to go make a cup of coffee. I want to try and like make coffee in the ad breaks, so there's not, you don't have to sit through a load of ads, and then I'm going to go and make coffee, and you're going to have to sit through 2 minutes of nothing, you know. The idea is so I can do it at the same time as an ad break. But it's been working. It's worked like 2 times successfully this morning. There's been 2 ad runs this morning. It's worked. But yeah, it's going okay. Okay. So I have this like server. This is what I made, this server. Lazy Ben Twitch server. It just runs on my local host, you see. And I've made it in a way that I can actually build multiple things if I want now. I might be, I could build like cool little overlays and stuff, or I built a little panel that I use in Streamlabs, which tells me when ads are running. It just says next ad at, I'll show you. There it says next ad at 12 minutes 53 seconds. So yeah, that's kind of working. It has been. It's not failed yet. It can be a little bit flaky, I think, with Streamlabs or OBS, because it requires like browser sources, and you have to like refresh them if things go wrong, don't you? But it should be okay. We'll see. I built it so you can just refresh it and it should pick up from where it left off, hopefully. It's still like, I would call it, it's in beta. It's only 2 days work, but it's in beta. So there might be bugs. All right. So this was the idea. Where was I? It was in Game Board Editor. Here. This is what I was doing the testing. We're setting it. I think what I want to do is say, if current content and working content ID is 0, set it. I think that's what I want to do. Get rid of them. Just set it the one time. Because this gets called every frame. I only want to set it if it's 0. And then when the mouse button goes up, we set it back to be 0. This is just detecting a drag. So I press the left mouse button down and then I drag it like that. And the goal is for me able to press shift and just drag something out the middle. Which is, it did work, but it didn't come from the right place. Okay, that is kind of working then. That's good. So on edit content. So when we're brushing trigger content, which is where we've got the mouse button down, just have to make sure that this so it's deleting F point, which is bounds, and bounds comes from the drag vector. And the drag vector is the world space drag vector. So when we do add point, starting from 0, 0. That's why. Which is true if we're adding points in, starting from 0, 0. If we're deleting them, it's not true. So we're going to go start P is deleting points something else. It's just vec2. So for deleting points, it's drag. We've already got another start P there. Let's call it P. It's start P minus instance position flawed. If we're deleting points. Let's try that. Put it in. So if we're deleting now, there we go. So what happens if you have triggers inside triggers? So I can just delete one point, or I can delete another point, or I can delete a whole range of them. I could do like that. It's not the greatest usability there. What happens if you delete an empty space? Good question. Nothing. Nothing. I think what happens, you see, is it finds the trigger under the actual red block. So if I delete in an empty space here and drag it over, it doesn't actually delete anything, which may or may not be in the intended behavior. I'm not sure. You have to start on an actual trigger, because then it's like, this is the one that I'm deleting. And what's also quite confusing is if I draw it back in. See, that's not working very well. This is two separate triggers now. So appending back into triggers, I'm not sure. I think it's like, if I draw it back in like that, it's probably got to start over the trigger that you're appending. Maybe. That would be the way to fix that. Dragging empty space might be more user friendly. Yeah, it might be. definitely. Either that or you just don't show the drag when starting from an empty space. Yeah, don't show the actual. Or show it as like an outline instead of a full rectangle or something. I think what the best thing to do would be to make it work like that. What's interesting is that the drag, when I was just dragging in the trigger there, it felt a little bit off as well. Like there, look. That's something's happening there where it's just going, it's not including those squares on the top. That's because what happens is when I stamp it down, it adds one. And then when I drag, it adds more. But if I get it just right, you see the one that I stamped is still there, but then it's only adding, the actual intersection rectangle is actually below the one I stamped there. Then it corrects itself when I go back into it. It's to do with this here somehow. So the user doesn't get feedback when the drag is occurring, maybe. Yeah, I think like the most intuitive one would be to be an actual rectangle. Like I could draw a rectangle, a drag rectangle when I'm deleting. If you drag to the right, change your mind. Drag to the left again. It should behave okay. Try that. So if I drag to the right and then to the left. It's just not quite right there. That's the only instance, I think.
Ads running soon.
Alright, I've got an ad break. I'm going to make a cup of coffee in this ad break. I'm going to use my new tool. So I'll see you in a bit. All right. Heard the ads running soon. All right, yeah. So I've turned it on to monitor only, but it's all quite flaky, isn't it? Let's see if I can. Try it again. It's not too bad that the streamer hears at all, no. I'm also just trying to understand how all this works. So I had, this is the ads counter. Monitor only, mute output, but apparently that didn't work. Oh, well, doesn't matter, does it? Did it work? Did you get an ad? Like, I can't really control the ads. I think I can actually have a bit of control in the back end of Twitch. You didn't get an ad. Ah, right, okay. Some people probably did. I'll check. I might check it next time as well. I'll load up my own Twitch channel in the browser and check it. I don't really quite know how it works, whether everybody gets shown ads at the same time, or I know some people subscribe to Twitch Turbo, or this is just when an ad is going to run for some people. They don't kind of document that. All right. So it's is it rounding or something? I'm gonna have to do is just draw this box. And its bounds dot translate instance position, I think. I'm gonna draw a red box. This is the bit of code I use when I flip over. So they've got negative width and height. I have a function called righten, which reorients the origin and the width and height to make sure that the width and height are positive. So you can see there it's plussing 1 in Y, but it's not doing it there. So this is if mouse P, start P. Make sure they're both flawed. Flooring the mouse coordinates. No, I'm not, yeah. Start P is being flawed. Print debugging, yeah, I will, yeah. It's just getting it to come in here, I think. It's quite finicky when you're working with the mouse because you can't set breakpoints. Because you need the mouse to be in the right position and stuff. I mean, you can set breakpoints if you know exactly where to set it. But so what we're saying if the mouse Y is over the drag start Y, you want to increase it. If the mouse Y is less than the start Y, increase it. Maybe we just always want to increase it. I expect that might work, but then not the other way around. Yeah, it's just swapped it to the other side. So now if the mouse is over the drag start, we want to decrease it. Let's try that. It's just all this finicky stuff in it. That's definitely not right. It's not working at all. Let's go back to how it was. Start P and start A. Where do you expect it to be? Is start A And start by what you expect it to be even when you drag is less than start P. So start P and X are the flawed drag start. So they're basically the top left, well, the top left in that situation, the top left corner of that box. Yeah, those value, well, they are used everywhere in the engine. It's probably because it's flawed, you know. I maybe only need to, well, let's just see. Let's drag start. Yeah, I'm pretty sure drag start is right because it's used like absolutely everywhere for all the dragging stuff. Yeah, that's it. There we go. It's because it was flawed. See how it has to flip? That's the bit that's causing the headache, where it flips. Dealt with this issue in the past. Yeah, it's like, it's just finicky, innit? It's just like, you know, you're getting the numbers the right way around and stuff like that. I don't really tend to sit down and work it out or anything on pen and paper. I just tend to like try stuff until it works. So let's just not draw that box and just see how it feels. Obviously, if I draw the box, you can see the flip, which is a little bit jarring, maybe. If I don't draw the box, you won't be able to see that flip, where the rectangle like flips around. It'll be the same, typically not the right approach. Just feels right at the time, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's better without the box, I think, because you just can't see. The flip is happening, but you can't see it. Yeah, so if we start outside, the thing is, although it's a little bit weird starting outside and nothing happening, it stops you deleting. So there's two there. If I did this, it stops me actually deleting that one, which is probably better. It stops you doing unnecessary delete, like deletions that you didn't mean to do. Like if they were like really close to each other and you want to delete something out of here. Because what I'd have to do is, if I wanted to start the box, the deletion outside, it would have to just delete everything in the box. Because I wouldn't be able to determine which one I wanted to delete it. Which one I wanted to delete from, that one or that one. it is a bit. So that's a bug there. That must be to do with. So we'll get rid of that. We'll fix that bug. It's all to do with these flaws and stuff. Seems incorrect. Is it moving down or up one square where it should once? Yeah, it is a little bit incorrect. You would expect to be able to just delete. I'm just thinking of accidentally deleting a wrong trigger. More error preventing, I suppose. I'll implement it. We'll do it both ways, probably. The drag selection rect. For deleting. For creating the trigger. It seems wrong. What seems wrong? Let me know what seems wrong. Positive. So it'd be positive on the X and Y. And switch Y to negative. Positive on the X and Y. Yeah, it's doing a flip. So there you can kind of see it do the flip. And that when I'm doing that is exactly when I'm like halfway in between, I think. So what, yeah, like the Windows one, it goes from a point, doesn't it? It goes from a 1 pixel. But because triggers need a minimum area of 1, I have to do a flip. So it's never less, the area is never less than 1. Do you know what I mean? And I need to do that for quick comparisons when I'm testing triggers in the game. Shifted positions. Yeah, it just, it's not a rectangle around a point. It's a rectangle around a unit square. Yeah, I should have said that. Sorry. Okay, yeah. It is flipping, so if I start there, it's staying on that same spot. But yeah, it has to be a unit square, yeah. Just so I can do float comparison quickly or easily. By position. Because in the actual game, I need to be like, this character is in this trigger. And the only really way to do that I can think of is to have triggers positions flawed. If they're flawed, then you can compare them, or you can hash them and compare the hashes, which I think is what actually happens. But they have consistent hashes. If I let triggers be anywhere in space, you wouldn't be able to compare positions very well. You'd have to do like a bounds check or something. I ran into a nasty issue on my app on Steam. Oh yeah. It was to do with not casting to int for positions, yeah. Convert to int directly. Yeah, I think what actually happens in this is when the game data is compiled, it turns the triggers, the trigger positions into a set of hashes, which are then sorted. So to actually get the hash, you get the character's position, floor it, or int it probably, yeah, like you would do, hash it, and then search on that set of hashes to see which trigger you're in. I think that's how it works. I haven't looked at that code for a while. So one of the things that I found, we should do them this side as well of the origin. Is it? It seems to be deleting the wrong one, unless I've fixed that somehow. That seems okay. Sometimes it is missing the drag. That's probably because I'm... Thing is, the drag actually comes from Windows. I'm not really implementing the drag. You pan with the right mouse. So to pan, you have tab. So tab turns that on and off, and then you can just grab onto it. Well, with this lightning bolt thing on, it means you can click the triggers, and then if you do that, it means you. Well, actually, I'm halfway through implementing it, so it doesn't actually work like that anymore, but it will. And then when you turn this off, you can't click anything, and then you just click and drag it when you're on this mode. And these will be all hotkeyed. But right click does context menu for certain things. None of them, only the actual, when you click on nothing, does that work. But I've kept it for context menu, so you could do that, right click it if you wanted to and have a context menu. Try dragging and panning at the same time. I ran into that. Pan with the dragging and panning. Yeah, so the link to the same button, you can't do both. You can't do drag and pan at the same time. It's more of a design choice, really. So if the brush is on, there is, I say that it doesn't, that's to do with, so there's a little, it's missing the drag sometimes, like there. So if the brush is on, it's drawing the box, and then you turn the brush off and you can just drag around. Try time it. Time it. What do you mean by time it? As in left click and press tab at the same time. It does that. So if I tab, press left click. Yeah, it just doesn't do anything, I don't think. So if I press left click and then I press tab, it turns the brush on, but it doesn't do anything. It is missing some drags though. Like there, it missed 2. It's what's that's the problem. I think what's happening there is I'm clearing out the, so it's dragging the camera, then realizing it needs to drag the trigger. And it's dropping the camera drag. That's what's happening. So if I do that, seems to be random though. Hold left click. So, and then press tab. So I'm holding left click. What mode shall I be in? So I'll hold left click and press tab. And it's still held down now. If I hold left click and press tab, that's it. You put the thing in. So press down on the click. So you place it by pressing down on the click rather than it releasing the click. Hold left click, tab, and then tab again once dragged. There we go. That's quite cool. So I'll do it the way around. Tab, and then tab. Hold left click, tab, tab. Yeah, it seems to be okay, doesn't it? Holding up. I wonder why it's missing those drags sometimes. It's to do with cancelling out. So what I do is canvas deck camera drag input. Clearing it. Alright, got some ads running. Don't go anywhere. Get an ad. Back in 90 seconds ish. This is it, I think. No, it's knob mesh. Regions. Curves. Paint content. So this is the clear here. It's already I need to see when camera drag input is applied. Yeah, I think it's hard to determine. So Twitch gives me the time, but then it must do some back end stuff to actually prepare the ad. There's nothing in the documentation about any kind of delay that I could find. But at least it allows me to go and make a coffee at the same time an ad is going on, potentially. Close enough, yeah. What I might do is, if it is a fixed number of seconds, I could just code that in. If it's like, actually it's 30 seconds after. So I'll have to do some testing. So we should set camera drag input. If is focused, we could say, and, well, if left mouse button just dragged. So I want to say, if canvas so we have this thing called has drag. So if it doesn't have drag, maybe do it out of here. Canvas clear focus, camera drag input. Try that. Else if it, well, here's the problem, I'll clear it if it doesn't have drag. It doesn't have drag until I start dragging the mouse. I just ghost, how's it going? Hope you're alright. So we'll focus it when the mouse goes down, and then it will immediately unfocus it because the camera doesn't have drag. Uploading to Steam, really? Oh, nice one, congratulations. I'm doing okay, thanks. Just working on a few little niggly bugs to do with right now, to do with dragging the camera around the level editor. We could just hack something together. You could say if canvas is just focused, camera drag input. Has camera drag equals true. And then we're going to go if window left mouse button up has camera drag is false. Like that. And then so the camera has it. Left mouse button is if it doesn't have it anymore. So then we're going to go set focus, camera drag input. So basically, like, we need to have camera drag. We need to actually have the canvas drag and camera drag to focus it. Let's see what happens. So that's basically the exact opposite. And has camera drag and canvas. Nothing focused. Not anything focused. That's dragging the camera no matter what. That. It's okay for those. And it is a bit of a hack. Hard to tell. Oh, there we go. I missed it there. Sometimes it's missing it, sometimes it's not. I should only really... The way to really solve this is... possibly to associate an input box with a state, like it can only become focused if it's dragged. Or we do this at the end of the frame. Possibly. Because we will have cleared it by then. I should quickly just do that. On end frame. Because this might end up being cleared. on the same frame that it wants to drag. That just breaks it. Okay, so that the actual camera drag input is gone. So this is canvas.get camera drag input. At least allows. Oh, did it miss it there? It is still missing it sometimes. Weird. Where is mouse tick board even being called? At the beginning. We could call it just right at the end. Directly. Like this. That global on end frame might have done it in the wrong place anyway. Yeah, it's still missing it. So what we're going to do is we're just going to log line delta. Check this is actually the place where it's, so we should be clearing the focus. So we are doing it, it's just coming as 0. And there it wasn't 0. And there it wasn't 0. So it's there. World space drag delta Z vector. Mouse position frame, left drag start and the position frame. So I wonder what's causing it to come out at 0 sometimes and not at others. It's difficult to say which one actually failed there. Canvas has drag. I mean, that should be implicit with this world space drag delta vector. Okay, so we have at least have a breakpoint we can go into now. There we go. So canvas has drag. Left mouse button dragged. Get button left. So drag start has been set. And camera, and it is focused. Okay. What I'm going to do then, I'm going to handle it a different way. And we can use this where is it? If we have a working content ID, we can just clear the drag. I think that's the best way to do it. Where else do we clear it? Where do we clear it? Here. Nope. Paint content. So we're doing it in paint content. Possibly need, so we won't do it there. We'll do it here. We'll say if working content ID, clear it. That might be the best place to do it. Let's see if that's fixed it. That should be good. That should be good. No, it's not. It's not. We need to clear it. If there's a working copy, it needs to clear it. Yeah, what we need actually a disable camera drag input. I think. Rather than just to clear it. So if there's a working content ID, we do canvas disable camera drag input, else canvas. I don't really like disabled and enabled stuff though. Because it's like someone might have called disabled before me. I don't want to re-enable it for them. Which means the editor. Maybe the editor could have a working content ID. Rather than the game board editor. Maybe that's how we do it. So if the editor has one, obviously working content ID. May as well, since it's going to work with the camera. So this is editor. And then in the editor, we're just going to go if working content ID, canvas, clear focus, camera drag input, like that. Let's see about that then. Weird. So it's not even setting the working content ID. It's still got that bug. The bug must be coming from somewhere else then. Not there, not the clearing the camera in the wrong place. This is not getting set. Basically. So if you do content editor, stamp, trigger, stamping triggers, this is sometimes returning 0, maybe. So it's going to be set editor working content ID. That's the only place that can clear it to 0 is there.
Ads running soon.
All right, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. So it didn't set it by the looks of things. So let's just get rid of the clears. Right. 5. Didn't get set. Something's not setting it. So current content is basically. So let's do current content is set. Well, it's not set. Val is 0. So current content returned basically that it wasn't set. Bit Wilder, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just working on a bit of a bug here. Which means that this content editor for stamping trigger content is returning nothing. So it's not finding something. Hard to say. All right. Really? Sorry to hear about that. Yeah, it's a difficult one in anxiety. I've had it before. What really helped me was going running. Running. So circle back to genius. Ah, yeah, okay. Nice. So sometimes this isn't actually returning anything. That's what's going on there. What could that be then? Can I do that? If not a result, debug break. Emailed the professor for MIT. Ah, nice. Yeah. What was it about? Was it about anything exciting? Plasma Science and Fusion Center. Wow, awesome. Right. Well, we got one. Didn't debug break though. The only place it can be set to 0 is here. Problem is this fires all the time. Maybe it's and working content is not equals is not equal to current content ID. Maybe it's that. Learning to use WinDBG. Oh yeah, great. Yeah, let me know how it goes. Find out. All right, okay. Yeah. No problem, I'll read it for you. Right. We'll do it on just up for now. That's quite hard to debug. Send it to Discord. Alright, yeah, no problem. Let's have a look. Do you want me to put it on stream or not? Don't mind, okay. Professor Bollinger. So it's nuclear fusion, is what he's working on. Not too bad so far. Using the MS Star version. Ah, right, cool. Technical outline. You know, he's gonna love this. Professors love all this stuff. I would say he'd write you back. I won't read this on stream because it's very long. I'll read it after. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely, he would definitely write you back with that. Yeah, we'll read that attachment, yeah. It's got locals and watch window like Visual Studio. Ah, right. Yeah, yeah. I think I have used WinDBG before. I can't really remember. Look at that. They're already coding it. Yeah, that's it. Like I would explore other IDEs if they had good text editor and good debugger. But I need it all really in one environment. So I'm just going to assert there is current content because this is confusing me. Loading a visit back to debug and then back. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, two separate pieces of kit. Yeah, that's a lot of people do that for sure. He'll give you some. Hopefully, he'll help you out somewhere. tend to be quite generous people, I've found. Current content is empty. It says straight away. Oh, maybe it does. It happens all the time, doesn't it? That's right. So working content ID is 0 and that or that. Try that then. Let's get some more music, man. Need to download these. Yeah, that can't be. Can't do that. It has to hit every frame. So this happens because I'm assuming that this returns null. Null opt. Oh. It's here that we want the breakpoint actually. No, it's not. Oops. Equals 0. So val is 0. Oh, it's going to current content ID. So current content must have been it is empty, whatever. That must be true. So it is returning empty for some reason. Right, I'm just going to have to use the loop. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We'll sort this out. So edit content. Let's have a look at that. Included in a camp is included in edit mode, can play content. So we're doing clear focus camera drag input there as well. So we're just going to do BM assert result. We'll work this backwards. If we can. Figure out why the result is null here. It shouldn't be null in this situation. Because it's stamping twice. That's gotta be it. So that means, yeah, so it stamps it and then it'll return null until we drag it. That's what's happening there. Right. That is what's happening there. Yeah, that is definitely what's happening. Okay. Let's just go back. So we need to clear focus every time. I think that's what's the problem. Not just when it... Let's just go all the way back. See directly from the CLI. Yeah, cool. That is cool, yeah. It's very limited in Visual Studio. You can do some, but not loads. It's awesome. So let's put working content ID back in here. I only debugged the via simple break, but didn't change the value as being. Yeah. You can do that in Visual Studio for some things, yeah. Or you can call some functions as well. Show you when I get going, when it gets compiling. So this is game board editor. Clear color one. Yeah. So if I pause this somewhere better than that. So start P. If I do like start P, you can edit. Oh, sometimes you can edit value there. It would be there. So I could do like 10, and it would edit it. So now start P is 10. I can also do something like get global heap. What's it called? Get heap. I can't remember what the actual call is now. Global. Where is it? I've deleted it. Some global function I'll be able to call. Gameplay controllers. Gameplay system. I can't remember where any of these global functions are anymore. Should be able to put in G systems. But you can actually call global functions as well. But I don't think I might have removed quite a lot of them. Get game HUD. Whoops. There we go, he's thinking about it. It takes a while. I don't know if get game HUD's even a thing. Or it'll just crash. I used to be able to get the global heap. Can't remember how you do that now. Or maybe removed it. I do need to put that back in if I did remove it. Because it meant I can just look at the heap from wherever I was in the program. Come on, Visual Studio. Don't do this to me. Yeah, apart from it's hanging now.
It's running soon.
Unfortunately. I had a call to get the global heap. I can't remember what it's called though. And then I could look at all of the heap and all the free pages and stuff, and you could do it from anywhere in the debugger, which was good. All right. I'm gonna have to quit this. That's a shame. You give Visual Studio a chance to show off and it just crashes on you, doesn't it? Excellent. All right. Edit content. We're doing clear focus here. So I think really this has just got to be if canvas get input window left mouse button down, clear the camera drag input. I don't know if that's good. That might work. Ugh. I think this actually is, the left mouse button is already down when it comes in here. Just check. Yeah, so we don't even need to check. We just clear it. Clear the camera drag input there. See if that fixes the problem now. Heap allocator. Find that. I shouldn't have taken that out. Global alloc. Goes global heap malloc. Or is it just get stats? Global heap get. Maybe that's what it is. Global heap get. Let's try that. I missed it there again. Hey, BMOS, how's it going? How are the triggers doing? All right, so I've got removing parts of triggers, so adding in areas of triggers, removing parts of them. So like I made this smiley face, so you can add them in by just like dragging the, and then if I press shift, you can like remove parts, or you can drag parts out of the trigger. So you can make like just different shapes of triggers basically. So you could wrap triggers around things or whatever you wanted to do. The problem I have now is that sometimes the drag is missing, like there. So that's fine. That's not fine. I'm not really sure what's causing that. I'm trying to investigate. I'm not really sure. So Sukelos music, how's it going? And another thing is then that JMC is not working anymore for some reason, which is annoying. Not really sure why that isn't working. Woo Dragon, hey, everyone's showing up. How's it going? Okay, I'll have to do some more vigorous debugging. So this is edit content. And then we're going to just do frame count. And then when we actually do in iEditor, when we're actually going to move the mouse and move the board, which is here, we need to do, this is mouse tick board on this frame. And we also want to actually see what delta we're using. Probably, yeah. Actually woke up late today. Hope they're not too late. Hopefully you can get ready for work alright. Basically, I'm meant to be clearing the mouse drag, and that is working, but it's clearing it a little bit too late. So I can see the mouse drag happening for like one frame or something. There we go. So I did a mouse tick board with a bit of a delta there. And then it cleared it there. So we'd already applied the delta. Don't really know how to fix that. What's got going on today? Working on triggers. So triggers are just, you know, put anything, you put mark a region in the world that is interesting, and then you'd write code about why it's interesting later. But they generally fire events. So I'm just authoring putting them in, so you can like stamp them in little ones. Or you can hold the mouse button down and drag a big one. And then if I press shift, I can delete parts out of a trigger, or if I drag it, I can delete a big part out of a trigger like that. But I've got a little bug where sometimes on the drag, like there, it didn't drag. It moved it moved a bit. But it only happens occasionally. So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Like, it's doing it and then we're clearing it later. Basically, we're moving it before but it only happens sometimes. You know? So it's like this how has drag is not kind of working. So don't know. Working on normal map, spec map, wind shader, god rays. Oh, very nice. That's a cacophony of graphics right there. Awesome. Hope it looks ends up looking awesome for you. So we could just put +1 there. So this is so what? Where is just dragged frame set? There, just drag. On this frame, it's just been dragged. Could do it the next frame. So it would be has drag, really. Is the mouse tracking issue from Windows? Nah, probably not. It's probably the way that I'm doing it, I would say. The mouse tracking's kind of working. It's working fine. The dragging. The problem is when I want to interrupt a drag. So like what's happening is as I'm dragging and then the camera's moving for one frame and then I'm clearing the drag too late. So what I want to do is I want to say don't drag the camera because I'm going to drag that box. It doesn't have this issue anywhere else, that's the thing. I'm dragging stuff around all over the place. Shader rabbit hole. All shaders, yeah. Like I can drag this and it never misses a beat. And that's all using the same code as far as I'm aware. It's just these. See there, it missed it. So draw focus content sound. Where do we actually... This is drag focused content. So what I want to know is why this works. I don't think we're actually clearing it anywhere. Tick focus content. So let's just search for all these places. Well, it's too many. It wants to drag the whole scene around rather than... Yeah, that's it. And then what's happening is the trigger is coming along later and cancelling the drag. But because the drag was happening, it's missed the initial point where it stamped down the trigger. So what actually needs to happen is the drag needs to get cancelled before it stamps down the trigger. So I'm just kind of working out why it's fine to drag around the everything else. Tick focus content. So we're just saying if it has drag there. And that's working. So if it's dragging, if it has drag, we just drag it. And that has obviously not moved the mouse, and not moved the camera, sorry. What if we just don't do that? I think it's something to do with like stamping and dragging at the same time. So that's what that clear is doing. So when I do that clear there, it's stopping the mouse moving. And that should be happening before we do the drag. Because has drag happens so that's just clearing it. Whenever the mouse button is down, it's just clearing it. There we go. Got one that didn't work. So it cleared it, it set it. There we go. So it cleared it, it set it, it did the camera drag, and then it cleared it again. So it's just getting, yeah, basically sometimes for like one frame the camera's being dragged. So that was fine. There we go. So when I do it, so it dragged it a tiny bit for one frame. And there again, and there again. And there. But like every frame basically that I have the mouse down, so I want to do it and not drag it. It's clearing the drag input. But then it's gonna come along and set it again. So where are we? Add hotbox. No, add focus box. So it's going to set it again. That box is the camera drag. So kind of, if it's just been cleared, do we cleared focus boxes? If it's just been cleared, it probably shouldn't be set that frame. That's probably what should be happening. I'm trying to disable the dragging when the trigger tool is active. Disable the dragging when I'm dragging the mouse when the trigger tool is active, yeah. Disable the camera drag. And I can't, like, obviously you would just say like, well, if the trigger tool is active, then don't move the camera. But I need a general purpose solution, basically. There's not, the actual camera drag doesn't really know about the trigger tool. Disable camera drag anytime the trigger tool is active. Yeah. Just, you know, put in like a disable and then enable. The problem with this, I don't really like disable and enable, because when you re-enable it, another system might need it disabled. If there's only one point where it's like disable and then enable, then you can do that, I think. But when you've got a big set of systems and it's going, right, I want it disabled, and then another system comes along for later in the frame and it's like, right, I need it enabled, it just leads, I find it just leads to like awkward state bugs. Do you know what I mean? State machine got me down. Yeah. I try and avoid doing enable, disable. I will do it if there's like no other way to do it. Or visible, invisible. Basically Boolean flags. So the solution is kind of like when you call clear, it shouldn't be allowed to be set later on in the frame as focused. Essentially. Oh, in 3 days now. Yeah. People like him will get incredibly rich, so they love it. So we add the focus box and then we clear it. And then we want mouse tick board, which is in idea. So it will say it's focused. So what's going on here? And then it's clearing it. So it's going add, check, then clear. Can I see frame count? Oh man. Visual Studio's updated or something and a bunch of stuff's not working. My NAT JMC is not working anymore. This thing's not working anymore. Can't seem to evaluate these anymore without hanging. That's Microsoft all over, yeah, exactly. They set it up so once the block trigger has to be placed and then resized as 2 separate operations. Yeah, that's actually what happens. It's placed and then it's resized. Oh, 2 separate clicks. Yeah, I want to try and not do that, unfortunately. Yeah, this is just gonna. I've done this. I've already done this today, and it meant I'd have to restart Visual Studio. Oh. So we could do just. We could just hack this and we could say window canvas get input window. We could say window left mouse button down and window left mouse and sorry, not window left mouse button just down. So it's a stamp for one frame, and then it's the brush for the rest. The thing about detecting drag is you've got to move the mouse. And see what happens there. So drag in Windows is like move the mouse something like 10 pixels. Then drag is activated. Well, it moved it, but it continued to draw it.
Ads running soon.
Which is better than what it was before. See, what I was also thinking is we could clear the focus and you could save for a number of frames. You know, like I want to clear it for like 10 frames. And then it won't be allowed to be focused. Well, it can't do that actually because it's already moved at that point. It's already moved. So I'm not sure. At the end of the day, it's a tiny little thing, really. It's something to do with the drag being active straight away, I think. So what I could do is say like clear drag for 10 frames. Something. Yeah, I don't know if the teachers did. I do know the game though, yeah. Yeah, I know the game. It's a good game. Remember that from my childhood. I think I want to move on. We'll put it in the bugs list. I'll tackle it another time because camera sometimes moves slightly when dragging in a new trigger. That's an official bug. Okay, so I'm going to move on. What happens when you click on a trigger? The Hangman Dream. So if you click on a trigger, we want some properties. So properties, where would it be? Whoops, that's not right. Draw brush instance properties. So here it is. So we want draw brush instance properties for trigger content data. Draw brush instance properties, paint mode, trigger content data. And let's just see if we end up in here. Click it. Oops. So if you click on the trigger, in theory, we end up in here. We do not. Left panel. Ah, right, okay. So it's a different mode, that's why. So if we do this, then click it, we do end up there. So, this needs some work, this function. Okay. So what we need is tick left panel focused content. Like that. Which is just this chunk of code here. Tick left panel, focus content. If focused content, so it'd be auto content equals game board, get root content, if not content, return and then just on tick left panel in general, we're just going to do tick left panel focused content. Eventually all this will disappear. Everything's just going to be content brush instance eventually. That's the plan. So now, in theory, even if we're in triggers mode, we'll still end up at that breakpoint. There we go. So now I can just say canvas, draw label, it's a trigger. Some bugs you need Jesus. Some bugs you need to just stop trying to fix and come back a different time. I think that bug is kind of a little bit of an architecture bug, which are much more difficult to solve properly. There we go. It's a trigger. Trigger content data. It's a trigger. So what do we need? Tick left panel, trigger mode. So this is the old one. So we've got a bunch of stuff to do with events and conditions. Do we not have draw events anywhere? Draw engine events. Draw events. We've just got these lists of events. So we can definitely do trigger ID and description. Trigger kind. Go all the way up to events. Okay, so we need to actually get the trigger data out. Trigger content data. Have a good day at work, Sue Carlos. See you later. So this is instance ID. Trigger. So trigger content data. Call it trigger. We've got this thing called draw trigger type, which says on draw trigger type. Get rid of that. Draw trigger type. So that must be some kind of weird callback. You can tell how much I remember about this. UI game trigger type renderer. So it's a class. Okay. So now we should at least see some stuff in the panel. We can copy its ID to clipboard. We can set a description. We've got different types of triggers. So triggers also have events, right? But what I think I actually want to do is have some kind of trigger events. Some kind of generic events renderer. No. Take left panel, trigger mode. So we have an engine condition set. We have draw engine condition set. We just don't have draw engine events set. Or whatever. So that can go in. And that's game board editor. So that in theory allows me to put in different conditions. So it's like a trigger is like on what condition the trigger gets triggered. Conditions, we can add one. And say it's like an E condition, quest goal. So we maybe actually need a separator there. It's good to break down your code into manageable files for higher architectural systems. Yeah. This file, this editor, game board editor file is way too big now. But there's two systems. One's replacing the old one. So when the old one's fully gone, we'll evaluate the size of the file, because it's becoming obvious. I think we can have we've got all these kind of like classes like intersect content or draw brush instance properties that could probably live in its own file. All these different versions of it can all go in one file. And then these painters, we can have a file that's called content painters, and that'll reduce the file size down a lot. But yeah, one of the big problems with this file is it's now like it's approaching 7,000 lines of code, this one file. which is too big. Yeah, I really need to get in that scope. That JMC is stopped working. All right. What am I even looking for? So we want the draw a separator for the title. Delete group. Draw button and condition. End icon row. Let me do draw condition. So we do condition. And then we have draw UI object. So it's below the engine one. Here we want canvas draw separator. There. I think engine's kind of the wrong word as well. Yeah, I agree. You get that with experience. There we go. So we got that now. So if I do quest code achievable, that's better. That keeps, if I put a separator there, it allows those combo boxes to go all the way back to here. Whereas without the separator, the combo boxes lined up with these boxes, so they were quite small. Good. So we want something like a one-liner for drawing all the events. So, oops, we want draw events. Draw engine events. Draw engine events. Here's the thing as well, like, do we even want to put it here? Lots of different editors have events. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to copy it over to begin with. And this is import editor. So now I have events there. But what I want is just to wrap this up really. This whole thing. So we have this thing called draw engine condition set. I thought I saw one in iEditor as well. Okay, so this is basically overloaded. Because we call draw engine condition set from inside events. So this is probably going to have to belong in game board editor. So draw engine condition set. We're just going to go void draw engine events. We want this. What we want is standard span of engine event, I believe. What does trigger actually? What is the type of trigger event? Conditional event. It's a conditional event. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we could make it conditional. So we're going to say draw conditional engine events. So this is game board editor, draw conditional. Canvas events. Editor, game board, trigger events. Got my big core, universal functions. Yeah. Very practical one-liners when used in other classes. Yeah, nice. Yeah, you need to make something that really works for you, don't you? How you can keep it all in your all in your head. So that's name, and that's event size. So what's this hash for? ID. Yeah, I think it's probably okay for the time being. So that ends at that build.
Ads running soon.
Namespaces are already useful. Also very useful. Yeah, they are. All right, I'm going to make a cup of coffee while this ad break's going on. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Oh, the actual spinning ads wheel's broken there. All right. Super flaky, man. See if I can get that working again. Okay, should be okay now. Yeah, namespaces are very useful. That's for sure. Thank you. Just got a good coffee. Yeah, the ad spinning wheels worked all day and then it just didn't work there for some reason. The page didn't refresh. That's what it looks like happened. I don't know what that's all about really, because that's JavaScript. I can put in the refresh call, and then if for some reason Streamlabs doesn't refresh it, what can I do? Just keep an eye on it. I manually refreshed it. Anyway, okay. All right. So we're back actually in game board editor now. Events remove range. Oh, we don't have a remove range. Because this is a span. do this. Well, we could just make it take an array. What does the other one take? An engine condition set as a thing. We'll make it just take an array for now. May as well. Move it up to a span if we need to, because that just makes things easier. That means I can just do for e in events. Like that. And it works with the deleted events thing. Sometimes you can get really lost in the code too, yes. Yeah, man. I love the old Final Fantasy games. They're absolutely... feel like when the music comes on, feel all the nostalgia for that. Okay. So now we're just drawing through this. So now we can just basically send any conditional events we want through this function and it'll get drawn. So let's just test this. Let's add game event chest trigger ID, which is this trigger. It says trigger not found, so we need to fix that because triggers are different now. In a condition, quest goal achieved, trigger enter. So this is playable character enters this trigger. So let's just see if that first, let's just see if that loads back up again. Conditions didn't. Oh, we didn't put one on, did we? That all loaded up fine by the looks of it. Condition, we'll put a separate condition on. Quest has state of finished. Don't know what quest. 1, 2, 3. So now we need to be able to find a trigger. Now this trigger, quest has state. Okay, this trigger could be anywhere. So this is one of the things for the content cache. Is it basically needs to be able to load. Well, we have some kind of trigger renderer. Or is it engine? Engine something renderer. Engine event types. Trigger not found. Here it is. So when we load this, it's not finding the trigger. I'll have to watch.
Close your eyes and think of The Simpsons Hit and Run. What do you see?
I'll just mute it because I don't want to get copyright. Yeah, man. I remember this in the arcade. Pretty sure. Yeah, awesome. I'll give that a good watch. Like, I'll have a look at all that stuff. I like watching, like, yeah, videos of old games. It's cool. All right. So if we click on it, it says trigger not found. It's not coming through here though. Oh, it's in try warp trigger. Let's just have a look for trigger not found. Draw recondition trigger. Is this it? No. Warped trigger. Tick left panel. Scroll editor. Tick node panel. Validate trigger. It must be this. Yeah. So it looks in the old content cache for triggers. This is something that we need to build into the new content cache. So let's have a look. Data type trigger. I think it's just going to be easier to have one trigger. Here we go. This is all the data for it. So what we need is a loader that loads all the trigger data out of all of the levels. Van Bjerg, how's it going? I think. The 4-day refactor and my decompiler is back to semi-working state. Nice one. This refactor that I'm doing has been about 3 weeks and it's still nowhere near. It's more of a rewrite actually. That's why it's taking so long. So we need a loader that loads all the trigger content data out of all of the files. So content cache. So editor asset types. We need a new one. We need trigger content. Which looks at prefab files and room files. I think. Your entire memory model is flawed. Oh no, what's going on with that? That's a shame. So what we might do is have so how's this going to work then? It's going to be similar to the content brush generator because it's going to have to evaluate it when levels get saved, because the content brush generator generates all of the brushes, as it would suggest in the name. But what it also does is refreshes the brushes when you save the content. So if you save like a Photoshop file, it would refresh the content of the brush. Yeah, I'm familiar with that. That's kind of actually what's happening with this game board editor, is that I want to add more things to it. and the way it was structured before meant more spaghetti. Whereas now it's very rigidly structured and you have to implement certain classes and stuff to add stuff into it. Yeah. This is it though, this is why you do these things, because you find these things out and then you become a better coder, don't you? So we're going to have light level data 2, because there is one already. Struct light level data 2. So a light level is just going to be well, how easy would it be? How expensive would it be to just load all the game board content? It's probably fine now, you know, because what was happening before was when you loaded the game board, when you loaded prefab content, it pulled in all the textures and everything, which obviously like could be hundreds of megabytes. But now with this new system, it doesn't pull anything in other than the text, the actual file itself. So I wonder if we just load all the game boards at the start. So we have assets loaded at startup. Game board content. Let's check that's actually working. Because it's only very small. It does clean internal. So it just loads all these up. These are one for every single refab. And then we just have them all in memory. So game board content is actually also .room file. So what that does mean is we need to content cache. Where are we doing it here? We need to go like content cache 2. Get all game board content. Like that. So we can loop over them. So it'd be something like for auto level or content in that. Then we can find the trigger. The whole point is we want to locate a trigger, and it might not just be in that level. The trigger could point to anywhere in the game. I was looking at Cadra's source code. Ah, yeah, okay. What kind of things? Okay, so we need this get all. Content cache 2. So, where are we? It's this basically. Standard span. asset type get all, and its template is asset type. And then just want to return get all set type wrapper, set type like that. How instructions pointed to their inputs. Okay. Yeah, nice. Yeah, you could try and apply some of that to your, if you're redoing your memory model. Okay, so we need another get all. So this is a standard span actually of asset content. Get all hybrid storage type wrapper. Type wrapper. Alright, so it can't be a span, unfortunately, because we turn it into a different type. Just removing complexity. Okay. There's no. So it needs to be a T array, really. It's actually a T array of weak pointer asset type. Like that. This time we'll figure it out there. Yeah, I mean, that's all experience based for sure. Knowing how to do something right ahead of time is very hard. Yeah. And as things get bigger, it's easier to become lost as well, isn't it? One of the reasons why I'm structuring the new editor in the way it is because it make it more difficult for me to get lost, basically. So for my code getting smaller along the coordinate, yeah. I have this analogy that I always use where it's like it's like a big ball. Like a code is like a big gelatinous ball of jelly, and then the more you work on it, it gets harder and harder and harder, and it like turns up and turns up, and it's getting smaller, but it's getting more to the point all the time, and that's the way it should be going. And then at the end, you're left with this kind of like rock at the end, which is like really solid. All right. So get all. So we'll just return standard span. Set content for now. See if that builds. Not yet. $2,000 lines, yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's really good. So we need to get all of the assets of a certain type. So that is standard span asset content. Oh. So this has to be a T array. Yeah, all has to be T array, I think. Get all. Const hybrid storage 1 type wrapper. So let's just turn that back into a T array. Not that one. That one. So now this is just get all. Cool to see, yeah, that'd be awesome. Really cool. So we need to go through all the containers. So we need T array of asset content. I need to scope lock it, and then T array asset content result. I'm going to say if container dot holds. Do we have container holds asset somewhere? Container holds asset. This is in the container itself. Yeah. So it's if container holds asset. And what does that need? A path and a type wrapper. Okay. So we need to get the container type.
Ads running soon.
Alright, okay. So we need to actually get the type, the container type. So the container. Editor asset container type. So it's if container type, can I do that? Can you do that? No, I'll do that. I actually have to get the type of the container. No. Using type is equal to that. And then we have to say if type wrapper is type, we can add the container assets in. So for well, with each container assets, we want to do result to add arg. Yeah, you'd have more. Yeah, that's it. That's why you do it as well, isn't it? To get more experience, get better. What's the problem? What is? It's an asset. The assets is an asset. The assets is a type asset, which is an editor asset. So we actually want to, it's the content. So it's arg.content. I think. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's good. Like, it's just another tool, isn't it? It's just another really good tool, but it's a bit better than something like Stack Overflow because you can ask it exactly what you want and it'll search all of Stack Overflow for you in a millisecond. Yeah. It's really good. All right, so get all then. Let's have a look then. So we need to find out where we were. Here. Let's see if this actually runs and works. It's going to get all the game board content out of the cache. I need to figure out how to turn NatViz back on because this is annoying. So much stuff that has to jump through. So we need to go for here. Basically here. Okay, so it didn't work. Should make sure that the type is correct. So what is this? The type wrapper content. So the type wrapper is wrong. It's just better implemented and had better naming. Right. Okay. But you're just one dude as well. Oh look, that's wrong. On asset type. How does this work? We do need to do that. We need to actually get... Okay, yeah, so it's here. Oops. We're asking it for its type. It's asset type wrapper type. Asset type wrapper's not found for some reason. That's asset type. Asset type wrapper of asset type. Oops. So in content cache 2 and in content cache, where is asset type wrapper defined? In content cache 2. So how do I actually do this for the other ones? Something I can only think of. I'm going to think of one thing, but it feels like a bit. Yeah, cool. Yeah, nice one. That's good. Yeah, that's a good goal for a day, isn't it? Let me know how it goes. So I want to know what is going on here. Why I can actually use these type wrappers here. But not here. So their instructions turn to more sensible instructions, yeah. I was just doing it there. I'm just saying content cache 2, asset type, wrapper type. So we'll do that then. Let's try this again. So it's game bar content. Where are we now? Image. So no, not there. Texture. Texture array. Sounds. Lights. Sprite sheets. Cutscenes. Dialogue. Quest. Rooms. Prefabs. Patrols. Brains. Content brush. Animated rig. Animated rig data. Game bar content. There we go. So that's 34 game boards. Seems a lot, really. 34 game boards. I think it probably needs to be unique. Okay, so add unique, and the test for that is arg content ID ooh. Yeah, so we have to go through, I think. Because there's two args, unfortunately. So for auto asset in container assets. Some of the instructions had hidden behavior. Okay. Quickly became a mess. Yeah. The first attempt. You can get it, iterate over it multiple times. And then that is that. Set content ID. ID is not a member of texture array. Ooh. I think it's actually our content ID. Is asset content ID. Night Child, how's it going? Programming your own editor. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Right now, actually. Oops. I'll show you it when I can get compiling. Containers. So an asset container. It's the desk, I think. Editor asset. So it is the asset. Content ID. Ah, look. Right. Result is a type asset content. Ooh. Hope you're doing all right, Night Child. Welcome. I'll show you the editor. Just working on this little bit of code here. Just get all of that certain types of asset out of the content cache at the moment. Delete through this. Yeah. How's it going, Nuke Bird? So what I'm working on triggers. So I've made this trigger. And a trigger is like it broadcasts events under certain conditions. And right now I am doing, so you could add the events in. And this event is like broadcast chest. So if you were to walk over that trigger, it would broadcast a certain chest, like a chest type level 0. There's different types of chests. So it could be a chest that, there'd be some art for a chest as well. But we've got trigger not found because I'm replacing the way that triggers are handled in the engine. Well, all the content is really. So I'm just working on getting trigger found. The trigger found. So just this search is for the trigger. So we've got a trigger ID. We need to do content cache, get all the game board content, and find the trigger in it, basically. Solder and iron. Oh, nice one. Triggers, yeah, triggers. Custom made UI, yeah. Custom made everything. Pretty much. There's a few like image compression libraries that I use. And I use a custom I use Spine for rigged animation. So you author it in their tool, and then you bring it over as an asset to your engine. But yeah, it's good. It's got like full undo, redo. You can like paint. So this is like the content browser. You can like stamp stuff down like this. Or there's like a paint mode. You can like, oh, it's a bit broken actually. Brush it in. Need to fix that. It's grabbing onto the camera. We've just been doing camera work today, so I've broken that. What else has it got? You can do like ponds. Do it here and then you... Oh, I can't really. The grass is covering it up. But and then like rivers. And then this is a prefab file. So this itself becomes a brush that I can brush into other levels, which I have done a bunch here. So you can like select it like that. Oh, thanks. Driskandan. Doctoris Ischendan. Sorry, I don't know your username. Thank you. Oh, thanks for the follow, Night Child. Much appreciated. Yeah, custom, like, built all the UI. UI is a nightmare. I'll give you that. It's not the first time I've built a UI system. I've done it quite a lot. But it's definitely the best UI system I've made. This one, for sure. To pronounce. Yeah, no problem. Driskdan, I would say. Driskdan. Secretly the author of I Am GUI. I'm not at all. He's a great programmer, that guy, for sure. Really good. What a challenge to set yourself to make a widely used, easy to use UI system. Yeah, it's literally, I did everything, like literally. The only thing I don't do is render the glyphs like into bitmaps. I use free type to do that. Free type, is it called? So try and find these. Why DirectX though? Because I wanted to learn DirectX 12 properly. I've made so the renderer could have, you could just bowl on Vulkan or whatever you wanted and it would all work fine. Like, it's modular in that way. So probably maybe one day I will write a Vulkan backend as well. Game board content. Thing is, I kind of want to fix that grass bug now that I just saw because we've been working on camera today. Let's just fix that. So it's painting grass on. Whoops. It pulls the camera. Should be fairly straightforward, he says. What is it? Game board editor. Paint. Content. So is it just canvas? Clear focus. Canvas. Okay. Camera drag. Input. Yeah, I mean, I will. I might, you know, it depends. Like, the render is just one part of the thing that I wanted to do, you know. UI was a big part, like trying to do UI properly. And now gameplay, I don't really have much experience doing gameplay coding, so that's going to be good. That's going to be fun. doing proper gameplay coding. There we go. And then the grass all like moves. It all like moves in the wind. And the trees do, and the flag does. So the leaves. Wait till it's hard to see really. The leaves all like move. There we go. So each leaf is like a particle in a particle system. They are moving there, but there's not much wind in this sprite sheet file. So that fixed that. So that was easy. I'm just going to check in because I've got 99 plus changes. So I need to check in. So we were working on content cache, were we? This won't compile. So what we need, this needs to be we need to just add them all in. Like this. So it'd just be, we'll go back to how it used to be. So with each container, assets, arg.add asset content. No, result.arg. Arg.content, that's what it is. Some platforms have limitations. Yeah. I can just... The bottleneck for this game that I'm going to do is probably not going to be... It's probably going to be like just the amount of, say, grass in the level. Or the amount of leaves. It's going to be some graphical thing like that. The gameplay is never going to bottle, even on mobile. So I'll just be able to scale all that back. Or if I'm doing like maybe a bunch of effects that require a lot of full screen blurs and stuff like that. So I think it'll be able to run on pretty much anything. It can run on my laptop, which is a really old bottom of the range laptop. Okay, so now we need to go. So we need tier A. Well, this is candidates, right? But there might be duplicates in here. So for auto C in candidates. The thing is, we don't know what asset type it is. For each asset types, I have to find out what asset type it is.
Ads running soon.
So say, if not candidates, return result, right? So there's definitely candidates. So it's just this. Well, it's using asset. I'm going to say if candidates 0 is type, is any type, asset, then we know that the candidate is this asset type. So we're going to go if auto asset exceed, right? C try and wrap asset. And then we're going to say, oh, this is complicated because I might have to have a different type actually. So now I'm gonna have to unwrap everything in the result, which I don't want to do. We're gonna go struct candidate asset ID, and then set content like that, and then other ID. So we're going to have that. So what we're going to do is then we just need candidate assets like this. And then we're going to go for auto asset in candidate in container assets. Gonna go do it that way around. We'll go candidates, add unique, well no, we'll keep it like that, that's fine. Add unique asset dot, what would it be? It would be candidate asset ID is asset content ID, and the content is asset content. Yeah, that'll be fine. Right, so that will just basically make sure that candidates is unique. And then we're going to do candidates with each candidates result to add our content like that. And that's also basically, that could be with each as well. Whoa. Container assets. So let's see if this works. So candidates have got 34 in it. So there's 34. They should all have different IDs. So we'll just do that just a bit. We'll just do a sanity check here. In result for auto B result if A is not equal to B, BM assert A. Oh, they're wrapped up, that's the problem. Do it on the actual candidates. They're wrapped in. I wrap them up in like this thing called asset content. Even though they are all the same type. Okay. None of them are the same. That's good. Okay, so that actually gets all of them. To make a mental note where this trigger not found thing is that we're working with. Here it is. Okay, so we should be able to just say content cache, get all game board content now. And it would get it all, get everything. And we'd loop through them one at a time. So this has in it brush instances. So the triggers aren't here anymore. They are in the brush instance. So we want content, get all, trigger content data, like that. Should be something like for auto trigger in content, get brush instances where arg get data trigger content data. I think that is kind of it, what I want to do. Be a left hand side. So we need to kind of wrap this where we could get anything, I suppose. That's a problem. Content brush instance. Does it have a get data? It does have a get data. Trigger content data. So why doesn't it like that? Is there a has data? That looks a little bit nicer. Yeah. So can it be the right hand side as well? Yeah. So we say if trigger ID is trigger ID. Trigger found is true. But this probably needs to get wrapped up so it's not a loop. So I'm gonna have to go in a few minutes. If this works, we'll wrap this up so it's not a loop. And then this part anyway. Does it find it? It does, it found it. So what we want in content is we want something like a view and then with an asset. So it'd be something like auto view. So it'd be template brushed content brush data auto view, and that returns brush instances where arg.has data content brush data. Get that built. So this now is just content view trigger content data. It is a loop. It is a loop. But it's a little bit nicer than that where clause. So it should, in theory, all work now. So I can do this. I can do this. Oh, it says not found still. That view must not have worked then. Oh, it says it's found. Oh, because we need to actually remove the old code. Which finds it in the old system. We do need to do the locate trigger. Right. It's going to say if trigger found. We don't have the level. We need to know where the trigger is. So we'll have to figure that out. Yeah, we don't know what level. We need the actual level path. Let me call get trigger region as well. Okay, this needs a bit of work. But for now, I'm just gonna say the trigger was found in green. And I'm gonna have to head. I've got my kid from school. We actually have the content. The content's probably what we need rather than the level. There we go, trigger found. And this one is, it says trigger not found, but we need to actually implement that one as well. Probably get it to run through one code path. But that was a good stream. I'll be back on Friday, I believe, at roughly 9:30 in the morning UK